Okay, just wanted to double check this. Okay, we're gonna start from the beginning here. Last time I tried this, I kind of shit the bed, and I just couldn't remember the strat I wanted to use for the cranes, and they kicked my ass. So that kind of ended the run. And on top of that, I just haven't really had as much free time the last few weeks. My schedule at work was basically Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 style. But that is changing as orientation is kind of... I'm kind of being... shifted from an orientation-based schedule to more of a, what my standard schedule is to be expected to be like, which is basically, it's actually not bad, honestly. I really don't have a whole lot of beef with the schedule. Monday through Thursday, it's going to be, your typical, well, not necessarily typical. It looks like on Mondays, I'm going to be coming in at about 9 and working till around 6. But Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it looks like I'm coming in at 10 and then working till about 6. Then I don't work Fridays, which is cool. My whole life, I don't think Friday has ever been my day off. I've had Mondays off, I've had Thursdays off, I've had Sundays off. Every week. For a long time, my schedule was Sundays and Mondays. Those were my days off. And I kind of made that a point when I would work somewhere that I was like, hey, you can do whatever you want, but I want those 2 days off. And usually that was something that was agreeable to get me to work for them. Wait. What am I doing? Being dumb is what I'm doing. Killing myself here. Oh, wait, no. Let's do that. Okay. But the last few years, really, the last, close to 5 years now, my preferred schedule has been Sundays and Thursdays off. That goes back to 20 2017, where that was the schedule that I really pushed for. I had it once. I worked at a bar in a tourist town one summer, and it was a really super high stress environment, like just non-stop, man. Like, it's a tourist town, right? So you basically get like 3 or 4 months of, just crazy, insane business, right? Like, they do in their 4 months, they do as much business as, an average business of, that type. What am I doing? Well, basically, they would generate years worth of revenue in like 4 months, but it was slammed, man. I'm telling you, it was slammed. And when I agreed to work for them, I said, okay, I want to work Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. I want Sunday, Monday off, and I want Thursday off. And that worked out to be really, really good. I didn't realize how draining that place was going to be, but it was. And I didn't want to do more than Tuesdays in a row. Like, I made enough money there where, like, I was working like 30 hours a week or less, and I was making $1,000 a week. So it wasn't like, it was fine. I didn't have a problem with the hours. I didn't have a problem with the money. It was, everything was all good the way I saw it. If I had wanted to make more money, I could have put more hours in. I just didn't want to. It was that draining. It was that emotionally draining, that physically draining, that mentally draining. It was crazy. I'd never worked in an environment quite like that before. I mean, I'd worked in bars before, I'd worked in hotels before, but nothing like that. I mean, that was insane, man. That was crazy. But through that experience, I really came to, because before that I always kind of worked, 5 days in a row, 2 days off, right? Because I had Sundays and Mondays off for, a really long time. Like, probably, the better part of 15 years, that was my schedule, Maybe it was even 15 years. It was a long time. That was my schedule, maybe 20 years. I don't really know, but that was pretty much my schedule. And when I'd go move to a different business, that was kind of my thing. Like, hey, if you want me to work for you, you're going to have to give me these 2 days off. And usually that wasn't the problem. Generally speaking, that was not an issue. Sometimes I'd have to, bite the bullet and come help out or something, but generally speaking, that was my schedule. But going to that Sunday, Monday, Thursday schedule, I found that I kind of liked breaking my work week up a little bit more than having 2 days off in a row, because having 2 days off in a row is nice, don't get me wrong, but, and it's a double-edged sword at the same time, because you have your 2 days off in a row, and then you're like, man, I don't want to go back. I kind of like this not having to, get up for shit, and I kind of like this, not going to work shit, because you've had 2 days in a row of it, and you're like, man, I don't want to go back to work tomorrow. Whereas where you have 1 day off, and then you go back the next day, you kind of feel this, that you have shit that you need to get done during your day off. And so you get that done, and it feels like you're more productive because you only have 1 day off, and then you got to go back to work the next day. So, your weekday off is, for me, it felt like it was more productive. I'd get up, I'd get a bunch of stuff done, whatever appointments I need to make that, that week got made for that week and got taken care of on that day off. And I think we're going to get the quick kill here. I wasn't sure if we'd get it, but it just felt like I could squeeze it in there, and sure enough, we got that second tech missile in the first round. It was annoyed. I kind of felt good about it. I have not gone for that this whole stretch of dry runs here. I have not gone for that quick kill. So who knows? Maybe that's a good sign of things to come. But when I worked at having Thursday off to break the week up, I just really liked that because like I felt like I got a whole bunch of stuff done that day, and then I still had plenty of time, at the for the second half of my day to relax and just chill. Plus, it didn't really throw my whole sleep schedule off because it was just one day that I slept in. I got to recharge my batteries, and then it just seemed to be really, really good. Because you have your day off. Let's say you have Sunday and Thursday off, right? So you sleep in on Sunday, you get your batteries charged up, and then you go to work on Monday. Well, Monday doesn't really suck that bad because you got to sleep in the day before, so you kind of got your well-rested bonus from the day before. And so you're not exhausted on Monday. And on Wednesday, even if you're tired to go into work on Wednesday, you know that you have Thursday off, right? So the day before your day off is usually a pretty good day at work because you're like, I have tomorrow off. This is cool. I can do whatever I want tonight. I can do whatever I want tomorrow. So the day before you have a day off is a good day, typically. Shit can happen, but generally speaking, I think the day before you have the day off is a good day at work because you have the next day off. So you get 2 days like that during your work week when you have your day off split up like that. Whereas when you have 2 days off in a row, you only have that one day like that. So basically, Wednesday is a good day because you got Thursday off. And Saturday is a good day because you get Sunday off, right? So those 2 days are good days. Then the day that you go back to work after you just had a day off, you're not tired. You got your batteries charged up. So Sundays don't really suck because you just had the day off or Mondays don't really suck because you just had the day off on Sunday. It's not that big of a deal. You got caught up on rest and you got some chance to relax. So Mondays don't really suck. And the same thing is said for Friday, but only Fridays are even better because you go to work and you're like, okay, well, all I got to do is work Saturday and then I'm off on Sunday. So it's like, you're already kind of looking forward to that day ahead, and all I got to do is work one day here, and then now I get another day off. So Friday and Saturday are cakewalk, right? But then so really the only day that kind of sucks is Tuesday because it's like, man, I got another day before I get a day off, and I just worked yesterday, and damn it, man, I don't want to do this. So really, the way I see it is, Tuesday was really the only shitty day in that schedule, as far as your average generic week-to-week schedule. So I really came to like that. Now the downside to it is, well, there's more upside to it. So if you have Sundays and Thursdays off, anytime that you want a 4-day weekend, all you got to do is put some PTO in for Friday and Saturday, and you get a 4-day weekend. You use 2 days of PTO, and you get a 4-day weekend. And that's works out really, really well. Or if you don't want to use PTO, sometimes there's holidays like Thanksgiving, for example. Thanksgiving is on Thursday. People, almost nobody works on well, I don't know. Most people don't work on Thanksgiving. Some people do, and I really feel bad for the people that have to work on Thanksgiving. I've had to work on Thanksgiving before, and it sucks. There's certain days where, unless you're like a police officer or a firefighter, or you work in a hospital or some shit like that, you should just not have to work on Thanksgiving. You should not have to work on Christmas. Probably even Christmas Eve. Although, in the part of the country that I live in, Like somewhere around noon or 2 or 3 o'clock on Christmas Eve, the whole world shuts down. Literally. Like nothing's open. And then they don't usually typically reopen until the morning after Christmas. So shit's shut down for like a day and a half. Some places open up like Christmas evening, like theaters and stuff like that. But generally speaking, the whole world shuts down for about a day and a half. When I was a kid, it was longer than that. It seemed like, but you know, it's hard to compare the way you interpreted how things were when you were a child versus how you interpret them as an adult, because so much of the way you interpret things was based around like your parents and stuff like that. So, or your, you know, like school schedule, and because you can't just hop in a car and go wherever you want. You maybe can hop on a bike and go. Or I guess, I mean, I live in the upper Midwest, so things are more spread out. It's not like I live in New York City where, you know, my whole entire life revolves around like a 4-block radius. Like, that's not the way it is out here. Like, where I live, like in the area that I live, let's just say there are 3 Walmarts in the general, like in the metro area where I live. If you want to go to a Walmart outside of the metro area that I live, you got to drive 100 miles to the west, and then I don't even know where the next one is after that, westbound. Or you can drive 100 miles to the east, and if you wanted to find one east of there, you got to drive another 100 miles to the east. And I don't know about to the south. There's not that much to the south of where I'm at until you get a ways, like hundreds of miles. So it's just the way it is. And I use Walmart as an example because you have to have a certain population density in order for Walmart to build a store there. So that's why I use Walmart as an example, because they're a pretty good example of like typically, you know, if there's a Walmart there, there's probably an airport there, right? If you're not big enough to support an airport, you're probably not big enough to support a Walmart. And I mean like a commercial airport, not like some little airstrip in the middle of nowhere where farmers take off and land to spray their crops or something like that. I'm talking about like Delta, American Airlines, United, that kind of thing. Whoops. Anyway, I forgot what my line of thinking was, but... Oh, schedule. So anyway, I really like that schedule, you know, having your week broken up. Now, another advantage would be... you have a day off during the week to get errands run. So if you want to schedule a dentist appointment, or go to a chiropractor, or go to any kind of entity that is typically not open during the week, you know, if you work Monday through Friday, you know, that schedule kind of sucks. Now, I mean, if you have a salaried position, it's you can just leave in the middle of the day and run your errand, and so long as you don't abuse it, your direct supervisor is probably not going to bust your balls too hard. I mean, if you're doing it every week and you're taking off half a day every week, like, you might get a talking to. No, you probably would. They're not going to like that very much. Like, dude, like, what are you doing? I can't imagine being a salaried employee working from home. I mean, that would be kind of... I don't know. I guess it depends on what the company was that you worked for and what all you were being expected to accomplish. I like field work myself. I'm not really much for confined spaces and office work, Like, I get stir crazy. Like, if I have to, like, hang out in a too small of an area for too long, like, I guess if I'm constantly busy, that's okay. And when I say constantly busy, I mean like working on tasks that are kind of varied a little bit. Like for me, like absolute torture would be like assembly line work. Something where I stood in one spot all day and just did the same task over and over and over and over again. I mean, dude, I would not want that life. That would be like, no, I'm good. I mean, God bless anybody who, has the aptitude for that kind of work, because some people have to do that, The world needs people that are willing to do that kind of job. That's just not for me. I'm much more the guy that, just does field work, right? So, like, I installed satellite dishes for DirecTV for about 4 years. Some of the aspects of that job I really enjoyed. Other aspects I didn't. I think if some of the smaller things would have been more to my liking, I could have done that for a really long time. But it was kind of... I mean, there were a lot of things that sucked about that job. And if the region of the country where I live in, that job sucks in the wintertime, man. It sucks ass because it gets like sub-zero here for days on end. And the high, if in January and February, it's not uncommon for the high temperature of the day to be sub-zero, and working outside in that kind of an environment is miserable. Now, if you spend most of the day in a vehicle driving somewhere, then that's not so bad. Or if, the work that you had to do was interior work, like you didn't have to do any of the outside stuff, then that also, might not be very bad at all. Like, there were times where, I would drive 4 hours to a job site, or 3.5 hours, whatever, between 3 and 4 hours, right? Get out. And, the only thing that actually needed to be done there was something that, like, literally took me less than 20 minutes to fix. And then I'd get back out to my van and drive back 3.5, 4 hours. Now, if you're doing that and it's like middle of January and it's 25 below zero outside or some shit like that, and all I had to do is drive down there, do some shit inside this dude's house for 20 minutes to fix his shit, whatever it might have been. Like maybe I just had to change a box out or something, right? That happens sometimes. So I change out a box, I reprogram the box, I reprogram the TV, I run a test to confirm everything's all good, I do some paperwork. Now, so granted, the whole thing probably takes an hour and a half, but like it's only 20 minutes of actual, like, work. The rest of it's all paperwork shit, Everything needs to be cataloged, and it's just, there's a lot of paperwork involved. It really is just kind of asinine, but whatever. That's how they wanted their shit done. Plus, like, if you have to swap out a box, it's like it takes literally less than 2 minutes to physically detach the old box and physically reconnect the new box. Then you sit there and wait like 15 minutes for the shit to talk to the satellite up in space and start downloading shit and all that stuff, right? So by the time you actually can program the new remote and stuff to the new box, like I said, it's 2 minutes of connecting and reconnecting and disconnecting or whatever, physically detaching and reattaching equipment. Then the rest of it, you're just basically standing there with the thumb up your ass, waiting for the software to download and install. And then, you know, you spend like 5 minutes on your handheld, typing data into your handheld and closing out programs and shit like that. Maybe 10 minutes. Sometimes, a lot of times, actually, shit would go sideways because I swear everything with that shit is broken, man. It's so garbage. I've never seen... I don't know how... Dude, it's a good thing they don't make airplanes. Let's put it that way. You have planes falling out of the sky every day, all the time, man. It's a good thing they don't make airplanes. And that's a fact. Their software is so screwed up. Now, part of me thinks it's totally intentional. Like, it's designed to be that way to try and thwart piracy and shit like that. But, you know, I don't believe it. I think everything's held together with paper clips, rubber band, and chewing gum. And it's just something where the original foundation was constructed on a very poorly engineered system. And rather than going and saying, okay, this is a really poorly engineered system, we need to rebuild it from the bottom up and then go from there, they never did that. They just continued to build on top of that broken system. So everything inevitably just came back to that. And so I think that's a huge part of what the problem was that they should have torn it down, burned it to the ground, like, and then rebuilt it. That would have been, if they'd have done it early enough, that would have been pretty easy, I think. But they didn't. They kept on building on top of this broken shit. And, you know, so all these problems kept on cropping up over and over and over. And then I don't really get why the firmware and software was so shit. Like, the customers never really noticed it because on the front end of the system, usually all that the customers would really have to do, like sometimes you come home, you turn on your TV, you turn on your DirecTV box, and like it's like frozen up or some shit, you know? It's like, what the hell is this? Well, an overwhelming vast majority of the time, like probably 9 times out of 10, man, literally all you gotta do is power cycle that box. Just like when the internet doesn't work, you just unplug and re-unplug, or you just power cycle your router and modem, and all of a sudden the internet works again. Like, that's pretty much what I'm talking about. Just power cycle the DirecTV equipment, and 9 times out of 10, that will resolve your issue. Why that happens, I don't know. I don't have an idea. Or I don't have any, like, concrete idea. I would say if I was going to guess that it's some sort of anti-piracy thing, so that some mechanism of the anti-piracy thing didn't clear proper, And so by power cycling the equipment, it reinitializes all of the checks to make sure that it's not a pirated system. And then once those checks clear, then it'll work again. That, to me, is the most logical reason for it. But honestly, I never really did know. I know that way back in the day, like 10, 20 years ago, they would do like a daily check at like 2 a.m. or some shit like that. And so if people knew, what that was or whatever, they could just make sure that they turned off their shit or unplugged it before 2 o'clock. And then, then they wouldn't get their pirated cards zapped. At least those were stories that I heard. But that was a long time ago, right? So, that's not the kind of thing that I would ever have. That would no longer have worked when I was there. When I worked for them, it was a random check many, many, many times per day. So, and normally, like, the customer would never recognize. It was all done in the background, right? The box would just, get a signal. The box would run a diagnostic in the background that the customer would never see and never be aware of. And then it would shoot the signal back, talk to the satellite, or whatever, get the code. I don't know how it worked. It was all done in the background. And once it passed and cleared, then, it wouldn't turn the box off. If it didn't pass and clear, then, who knows? Who freaking knows, man? I ran into a lot of weird shit with that company. A lot of weird shit. I don't know what the strangest thing was. Actually, probably the strangest thing that I ever encountered there was it was this commercial job. I don't remember what the company does, but I think it had something to do with like custom work on like old cars or some shit like that, maybe. I don't really remember. It doesn't really matter what it was that they did for a business, but it was a metal building, and they had DirecTV there for many years. And they said that they heard this big loud like boom one day, and they were told that like one of the transformers, like when you're like you look up at the power lines, and there are those like kind of like gray or silver cylinders up there. They're like pretty big. Like if you actually were like holding one, it would be sizable. They don't look that big. They look like from the ground. They don't look like they would be any bigger than like a container of Quaker Oats oatmeal, but they are actually pretty big. Anyway, they're gray and they're like a cylinder. Anyway, those I believe are like, I think that was like the transformer thing that blew up some like maybe a block away from their business. And the guy said that when that happened, then they lost their DirecTV service. So, okay, alright, whatever. I was like one of like the third or the fourth techs that went there. Like, we were spending hours, like, a day trying to fix their problem. What ultimately was determined, and we don't know what caused this, we only guessed that there was some sort of grounding issue, because we really don't know. We never did isolate what it was. But there are anyone who has DirecTV would know, well, maybe not. But if you go into your settings, there's a place where you can view your signal strength. And there are just basically pages of numbers that if you don't know what they mean absolutely nothing to you. But if you do know what they mean, they mean a whole lot. Well, something that I learned on that job that I never knew before was that there's this one number in this one column on this one row that what that number does is, or what that particular, we would call it a channel, right? And I don't want to confuse things too much, because when I say channel, you think of like something like ESPN or NBC or CBS or whatever, right? Well, true, those are channels, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about as a channel is, imagine like if you have like 20 garden hoses in your front yard, and each one of those is sending a different colored water through them, right? So you got 20 different colors coming out 20 different hoses, okay? And we'll just call those different hoses and those different colors channels, okay? Well, this one hose has data passing through it that, well, okay, so you look at it, if you go to like the channel guide on your DirecTV box, you're gonna see all the channels and like what's on what station at what time, and you can just pick and choose what you want to watch, right? That's how it works. Your cable box, if you have like something like Comcast or some other like cable service or Dish Network or whatever, it's the similar user interface. So anyway, that one specific channel that I'm trying to get to here, that specific channel, its entire purpose is simply to transmit the guide data. Now that guide data is the information that the system uses to make the guide functional, so that when you press the guide button, that you're able to know what comes on at what station at what time, right? That's all that comes through that one particular channel. That's it, nothing else. But the funny thing is, at that job, that channel that provided the guide data was being interfered with. None of the other channels were having any problems. Just that one channel. And I didn't know until that job what that one channel did. I just knew where it was on the grid, right? That's all I knew. I didn't realize that it was of any more importance than any other channel. Some of those channels were more important than others, and that one obviously is, because the system can't function without that data. It's just the way it's made. So that was interesting. But what we learned was that there was a magnetic field being generated from something. We never did isolate what was causing it. We suspected that it was something from that what the hell? That shit. That transformer that blew, we believe that that had some other impact down the line of that electrical system, and that I hate to do that, I really do, but whatever, it's better than dying. Anyway, there was some sort of an electromagnetic field being generated on that building. We suspect that it was from some sort of a faulty ground. Maybe when that transformer blew, it sent some kind of a shock wave through the whole thing, the whole like chain of businesses that were connected there, and somehow caused some fault in a ground somewhere. We don't know. All we know is that we determined that if we were able to move the dish far enough away from the building, we were able to get that channel to come through. So there was an electromagnetic field being generated that was at just the right frequency that basically prevented that data from passing through the air. It just corrupted that data. It would be like interference. Like, think about it like you have your Bluetooth in, and you go by, like, I don't know, some kind of like electric motor that creates a electromagnetic field, and then you get like a real crackly Bluetooth connection. You start to lose your connection of your Bluetooth. Think about it like that, because that's basically what was happening. What's happening there is you have an electromagnetic field being created by that electric motor that is running at the same or a similar frequency to what your Bluetooth is functioning at. And so there's that interference, and that disrupts your Bluetooth from your phone. That's all that is. Well, anyway, somehow, some way, there was an electromagnetic field being generated in or around that building that was preventing that transmission of data to get through. It was just happened to be at that frequency. No one had ever heard. We sent this thing up the chain so far. No one had ever heard of anything like that happening before. I mean, there had been things that were not totally unlike that, you know, like where frequencies had caused a channel to not come through, but not the guide data like that. You know what I'm saying? Like the guide data, the way that was functioning was weird. So what we ended up doing is we ended up running a cable to a location maybe like 6 or 8 feet away from the building itself, which is actually really kind of weird because, I mean, that DirecTV system had been on that building for like probably 20 years. I mean, it had been upgraded at various points in time, but, you know, there had never been any issues with the DirecTV system. I mean, we checked everything. We basically rebuilt everything from the ground up, and everything that we did, same problem. And the only resolution that we could find was moving the dish outside of what we concluded was an electromagnetic field. I mean, you can't see that stuff. You can't hear it. I suppose if we had the proper equipment, we would have been able to isolate, you know, where that field was being generated from. That was probably the weirdest thing, because we never came up with a solution to solve it. Like, we just found a way around it, which was move the dish outside of the electromagnetic field, and then we were able to get our signal from the satellite. I have seen a lot of weird shit though with their stuff. Alright. I wonder, I don't have any of those like timer things because I really don't view myself as a speedrunner, really. I'm just a dude who likes to play challenges. And so, because I don't consider myself a speedrunner, I don't have like all that fancy software and all that fancy hardware. I just have the shit that I have. Like normally, it's like I'm playing this on an emulator. Normally I would just play on my Super Nintendo, but I don't have the hardware that would allow for me to connect my Super Nintendo to the computer. So the only way I can stream this shit is if I'm using it on, playing the game on software on the computer. If you're wondering which emulator it is, it's I don't even remember. 9 something? 9X, 9K? I don't remember. I'd have to go look at it. Come on, Tara. Go, baby, go, baby, go. There we go. Alright, let's, before we get, there we go. Let's do that. And let's do that. And let's do that. And let's, wait, no. Let's get out of here. So I guess Aaron Judge hit 61 home runs the other day. I don't know if he hit 62 yet or if he will. And Albert Pujols hit 700 home runs the other day, which, I think that is just crazy. I didn't think he was going to get there this year. I thought it was going to be at least next year and maybe not even next year. He might retire at the end of this year now. I don't remember what the all-time record is. He's probably not going to be able to get that. But I think it's like 612 or something that Babe Ruth hit. So that's, that's doable. The only problem is he can't hit left-handed, he can't hit right-handed pitching anymore. So he's totally a liability against right-handed pitching. And last I checked, his ego was not allowing him to be a platoon player that only faced left-handers. I don't know if it's his ego. I don't know if he feels like, that would artificially raise his batting average for his career, and he doesn't want to do that, maybe. I don't really know. I just know that he can still hit left-handed pitching at a very respectable level, but that he hasn't been able to hit righties very good for a number of years now. He really is. He's a liability against right-handed pitching anymore. Come on. I think it's kind of cool that he was able to go back to St. Louis and finish up there. I think that's pretty awesome. His first 10 years of his career were arguably the greatest 10 years of any baseball player's career. I mean, he never failed to hit 300. He never failed to hit 30 home runs, and he never failed to hit 100 RBI in each of his first 10 years in the league, which no one has ever done to my knowledge. Um, oh, come on. Also, one other interesting fact about Albert Pujols, and there are a number of them, he has never struck out 100 times in any single season, ever in his whole career, which in today's baseball world, for a power hitter like Pujols to have done that is... that's probably his single most impressive. Well, I don't know. It's right up there at the top of the list of most impressive things that Albert Pujols has accomplished in his career. I mean, that is just... that is really, really, really just incredible. Albert Pujols, I think at this point, I think you have to say he is the greatest first baseman of all time. There are still going to be people that say, the Iron Horse and all that, but man, I mean it's got to be one or the two. Come on, you bums, get out of here. Run. There are some things that Pujols has done better, and there were some things that Lou Gehrig did better. But come on, you bum, get moving. There you go. And maybe people would say that Gehrig didn't get a, his career was shortened possibly by illness. I don't know. I don't know. They're both pretty freaking good. But, Pujols, considering the era in which he accomplished what he's done, I kind of think that's maybe a little bit more impressive. Get going, you two. Keep going. That'll do it. There we go. We didn't get that last round of fire in, but whatever. All right. Oh, I put the white cape. I thought I had put the... I was wondering why he didn't go block that shot. But whatever, dude. White cape is fine. I had intended for him to have the True Knight on for that Ultros fight. Get going! I guess I can give that to Doma. At least I call him Doma. I could give it to Shadow, but then the problem with that is if he gets knocked out, then I'd have to revive him to take it off of him, and I don't want to do that. Plus, it's the time to go into his inventory and take it off. At least I don't think it falls off of him anyway. I guess it's possible. Sometimes stuff does fall off characters. Most of the time, though, it does not fall off. If you don't take it off, it's stuck on them, and then you don't get it until later. Like the end of the world of balance, things fall off of players, but... D for Doma. I'm your worst nightmare. You know, that retort, there's something screwy about that thing. I have not figured it out yet, but they're in a different kind of playthrough that I use, which is like a zero experience game, which like basically means I don't gain any experience that's not mandated by the game. But during the Mega Rotors, that's probably the only other time that I use retort that I can think of in that version of the game. But sometimes he does his retort when, in my mind, he shouldn't be doing it. I don't know what triggers it. So there is something within the framework of the retort command that I would, I believe there's enough anecdotal evidence to come to the conclusion that there is some sort of exploitation that could be taken advantage of. I guess I could try and do some research on it and see if there's any kind of documentation online as far as a way to exploit the retort command. I guess it would be kind of cool if you could, because it does do significant damage. And it could be really useful. Crap. That sucks. Oh wait, maybe I'm okay. Okay, good. I mean, at this point, it probably... I mean, it would be useful against... Rizopaz, I guess. potentially. Because in this variant that I'm trying to do here, Goner. We could use some interceptor here, would be nice. Nice. We could use some more interceptor here, that would be nice. Oh, wrong guy. Can we get some takedown here? No. Yeah, that did not go as I would like. You know, it might be more time friendly to buy a shuriken or two than it would be to do the slow burn on that fight. And I don't have sprint shoes on Doma here. I think I could have not given them to Locke, but the last two times, I got to Selfgaro and I didn't have freaking sprint shoes to give him. So I was like, that's not happening this time. So he's got a pair of sprint shoes on right now. I guess I probably didn't have to give them to Sabin because, you know, he doesn't really have any... Well, no, that's not true. He does have some steps. I don't know what the right thing to do is here. I mean, there are so few steps that Doma takes here. I don't know that it makes... How much time is saved there, you know? I think time can be saved. I don't know. Any time that can be saved is time that can be saved, but... You know, going into his inventory and putting the sprint shoes on, how much more time is saved by, you know, what is the net time saved by equipping him with sprint shoes, you know? Yeah, I'm sure it's a few seconds. Or 1.38 seconds? I don't know. A small number of seconds. You know, every second does matter when you're like going for like world record type speed ship, but like I said before, I don't really think of myself as like a quote unquote speed runner. I'm just a dude who likes to play challenges and who kind of doesn't suck sometimes at some games. I mean, believe me, there's plenty of games that I suck at. But some games, sometimes when I play them, I don't totally suck at them, so... I would say this is one of those games that sometimes when I play it, I don't totally suck, and I'm actually kind of decent sometimes. There we go. I played some Final Fantasy X. I got to the point where I kind of felt like I didn't suck at that game, but you know, I'm not a speedrunner, so it's not really fair to compare compare some of the stuff that I would have done in a game like Final Fantasy X to the kinds of RNG manipulation and AI manipulation that like speedrunners do and stuff. Like, you know, I'm not a professional, and I don't even pretend to be one on Twitch. I'm just a dude who likes to play challenges and tries to not suck at games sometimes. And sometimes I can avoid totally sucking and just, you know, kind of sucking, I guess. I don't know. This is a game that I put a fair amount of time to over the years. Most of the time that I spent with this game has been playing or working on a no experience challenge that I wrote, but what I'm going for here is an any percent glitchless, I guess you could say. Any percent glitchless. The target time is sub 7 hours, but the realistic time is sub 8 hours. That's what we're going for. Single session, no resets. And that's real time, not in-game time. I have a in-game time with level 6 characters beating the game of sub 6 hours, but that's in-game timer, that's not real-world timer. And you know, me not being a speedrunner, I had no idea that up until the last few months that there was like this hardcore speedrun community, and when they do their runs, they don't typically use in-game timing mechanisms. They use real-world timing mechanisms, and that's something that because like I said, I'm not a speedrunner, so the stuff that I've done has been challenge-based and like, you know, going for a personal accomplishment for something. It wasn't something that I ever, you know, I just recently created a Twitch account. You know, I've just been playing video games for a long time, and I figured I would start just creating content, you know. I mean, I went into this thing with the idea of, like, no expectations, you know. Like, I didn't go into this with the idea that I was going to become, like, some kind of well-known, gamer or anything like that, or streamer. I just simply figured I would start creating content. And, because, you know, video games, I'm a big fan of video games. I've been playing video games for a long time. And sometimes I don't suck at them, and other times I do. But I figured, you know, if I start streaming when I play video games, you know, at least I can create some content. And who knows, maybe if I don't ever create content and I just play games like I always have, you know, there is zero chance that someday I could monetize my video game playing. But if I do start streaming, there's at least a remote possibility that that could happen someday. And I think that's super cool that that's even a possibility, you know. But like I say, I didn't go into it with that as an expectation. That's absolutely not an expectation. It is a unlikely possibility. That's it. Um, if I take my content that I create on Twitch and I put it on YouTube and I put enough hours of content on YouTube where enough people consume the content, there is an outside chance that someday YouTube might decide to throw some money at me. And I figured, why not, right? Why not? The hell? There we go. I'm an idiot. So I figured, you know, the upside is unlikely, but the downside is like basically non-existent. Anyway, no expectations. I think that's the best way to go and do something like this. There are some things where you want to have some expectations. You know, if you take on employment with a company, you know, you might have expectations about, you know, what kind of compensation that you're going to be able to generate over, you know, your time with the company, or, you know, what kind of responsibilities that you will be assigned, or what expectations the company might have for you. I mean, those are expectations that you can kind of go with. Get going, boys. This is definitely one of my favorite tunes in the whole game. Not this battle song, but the Phantom Train track. Come on, douche. Wait, I almost missed a critical item there. Ho, really hitting him pretty hard there with that. Hey, that's a good one. Side attack. What am I doing? Why do I keep going indoors that like aren't doing anything for me. Watch, we'll get Evil Toot here. Yep. The game is on a weird. I knew this. I knew that it felt weird. It felt weird from the very beginning because I got that quick kill on Welk, and that I didn't think was gonna land, but it did. And it's just kind of been like a one-off kind of feeling this whole game. I'm kind of surprised that I got the black belt actually because the way this game has been unfolding. Like, I don't remember which area it was, but I walked through the whole area and didn't get a single random encounter where usually I get like 3 of them in that one area. It was very strange. So this game has a... It is a bizarre... It's a bizarre... I don't know how you want to how you want to quantify it. You know what I mean? Like it's like there are rolls that this game makes to determine how things unfold. Okay, and then within those rolls there are the outcomes that are common and happen most frequently, even if there are a variety of possible outcomes. There are, like, the more likely outcomes that show up time in and time out. And then there are the rare outcomes, which don't show up very often. Like, Evil Toot doesn't happen very often. And black belt almost always happens, but sometimes you don't get the black belt. Sometimes you get Evil Toot. Now, the thing that concerns me about this one-off business is El Nino is right around the corner, and El Nino is a one-off situation. El Nino doesn't hit very often. I think it's like percentage-wise, I think it's like 1/3 of the time, but anecdotal evidence would suggest that it hits less frequently than that. But that's coming up here, and I'm concerned because, that could easily wipe the party out. I want to double check what we got here. Well, here it is. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it, to my knowledge. There probably is something you can do. You can probably do something to manipulate the RNG so you don't have to be concerned about El Nino, but I'm not a speedrunner. I'm not a professional speedrunner. I don't know all the secrets to manipulate RNG and stuff. Oh, come on. Actually, Pummel would probably be better against these guys because there's a much lower percentage chance that I would get an incorrect input with Muddle or with Pummel. And until we get to Rizopaz, I think Rizopaz is next. I hope that it's Doma going. Actually, I think it would be better if it was Saban, because then Saban would go twice and probably kill him in 2 turns. Ooh. This should do it. There we go. Alright, we got past No El Nino. That's always a problem, you know. I always liked this place. Not the Veld, but the specific location here. It never needed to be in the game, you know? All the attention to detail they put in this one spot that you can never return to. That is just all of the, you know, the detail in this one little spot is pretty impressive. Because they could have just had you start right there, landing on the beach there. There's really no reason. There's really no reason, crap, to have that spot there. That's too bad about Templar there. I should have used Retort on him. Odds are somebody will hit him, and then it's a guaranteed kill. But honestly, Dispatch is a guaranteed kill at this point anyway, so it doesn't matter. Unless he could do Retort 2 times, maybe. I guess I don't remember how that works. Ah, crap. See, this is really unfortunate. That's like what we didn't want. Not a big fan of this song. I really don't like this one. I go out of my way to spend the least amount of time on the Veld that is basically possible. In my zero experience challenge that I wrote, um, I do spend a little bit of time here collecting like 3 or 4 rages, but Primordite is one, Rhodox is one, Templar is one. Those three are pretty pivotal. I do like to get Marshall, but it's not a deal breaker. Primordite is probably the one that's. And Rhodox, those two are pretty key. Um, Templar as well, but Templar is like. It's almost unavoidable. You're gonna cycle every time you cycle through. You're gonna have a really high likelihood of encountering the Templar formation. So it's something that would be. It would be very unlikely that you would get the other rages without getting Templar. Primordite can be a pain in the ass to get sometimes. I wish I knew what caused that so that I would know at least once and for all if it was something that I could do anything about or if it was just simply something that I had to endure. Or, you know, well, let's get going. Oh, damn it. I usually am a lot cleaner in Zozo. I've been pretty sloppy. Come on, Mr. E. There we go. That was pretty slick, actually. That was pretty quick for straight runaway without smoke bomb or preemptive. That was pretty fast. So we're gonna run away from any slam dancers. We're gonna or a smoke bomb slam dancer. We're gonna slow smoke bomb Haggis Gigas, unless we get like a side attack or a preemptive attack or something like that. Main reason for that is that both of those guys given the proper opportunity, can just wipe the party out. So we don't need to risk that. Magnitude 8 from Haggis Gigas or Fire 2 or Ice 2 actually. I think she could do Fire 2 or Ice 2. Alright, am I set up proper here? I think so. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been game over for him in the level 6 challenge. He wouldn't have been able to sustain that. Or withstand, I guess would be the better word. This drill better do it. There we go. And good. Well, we should be about, within 20 minutes here of a third of the way through this whole thing. Which we'll see if that holds up or not. I wonder how far we'll make it this time. I don't remember. Wait. Yeah, he gets Siren. That's right. And he gets. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Well, so far things have gone okay. Zozo didn't go so great. I was kind of sloppy. Which is weird because I'm usually pretty clean in Zozo, so that's kind of poopy. Of course. Steal a smoke bomb on the way out of town. You douche. You douche. What a douchey thing to do. Did he say, "Ah, you again"? The reason why I used that tent was I wasn't sure if Locke would come back from his being knocked out status by entering the opera house or not. I just wasn't sure. And I didn't want to have to use a Phoenix Down if I didn't have to, because, well, I just really don't use tents much. There are very few spots where tents would be. I grabbed the tent at Mount Colts because I might need it for something. And I think we get awarded a tent from like a boss or something like that. I don't remember where we get the other one. I don't think it's from a chest. I just don't remember 100%. It's just like those 2 sleeping bags that you have in Mount Colts. I don't remember where you get those. You just always have 2 sleeping bags there. I don't remember. It's not from a chest. I just don't remember. Maybe you don't always have 2 sleeping bags there. I do actually remember having no sleeping bags there at one point. Actually, you know what it is? It's because in the no experience game, sometimes you do get no sleeping bags there, but that's because you don't kill anything. So it's from killing some shit. I don't remember what is killed, though, that drops the sleeping bags, but something that consistently gives you 2 sleeping bags, that's for sure, because I don't remember the last time I didn't have 2 sleeping bags there. Like right here, would he just be knocked out like Terra is in the Returner's Hideout or something? Or would I get like a game over right there? I just don't know. And then if I didn't get a game over there, would he just be knocked out once we got into our first battle up against the sewer rats? Either way, I feel like it would cost me a Phoenix Down. have to change. Saving over yet. Maybe we get lucky and I can get through. No, it doesn't really matter. It's always just fun to try and avoid the sewer rats, though. Crap. I forgot to row him. That's what I get for being dumb. I knew there was something not right about that. And he should have the Genji glove. What the hell am I doing? Come on, what a ripoff that was. Alright, everybody should be good here now. Except for you. We'll give you a running, or wait. Running white. And we'll give you Hero Atlas or Hero Atlas. Wait. That's what he should have had. It's so stupid of me. Okay. Alright. I think everybody's good. can, this should do it right here. There we go. All right. It would have been nice if that whole thing could have been like one long cutscene instead of one long interactive cutscene. But there are a number of minutes there that gonna toss it all. Oh, come on. Dude, what the F? Unbelievable. Terrible. Well, we're coming up on a moment here where everything could come to an end. We'll just have to see if it goes proper like. What do you have on? Let's give you that, and then let's give you that. All right. I think I got everything right here. All right, here we go. Oh, crap. Oh, I didn't switch the... Yeah, well, there's always that. There's always going to be something that I shit up on. How does she not call that? Okay, so how that works is um, it's risky because it's not guaranteed to work if things don't line up just right. But when the Esper transitions, there's a tiny window of time where there's a tiny window of time where you can run away. And Celis is the best one to run away because after she's runicked, she just stands there and she's open for command, and she has her ATB gauge full most of the time. So her or Locke is actually, because Locke is fast, that's the best spot for it, is Celis or Locke. But Celis probably, because, well, Locke is fast, so there's the chance that he would get to go. But Celis, boy, it's a good thing, yeah. It's a good thing I mean, it doesn't matter now, but if I wasn't thinking, I might have forgotten about it, and we'd be screwed. What I'm talking about here is sleep. Edgar just earned sleep. Learned sleep. He should have, though, so it's all good. But I had forgotten that he needs to learn sleep. So we got lucky that I didn't have to pay the price. I mean, I put the Esperon in Zozo, so we should have gotten it, but, sometimes you don't get what you should get. Okay, so we should be okay here, too. So let's just go. Anyway, there's that window of time during the transition where you can run away from that fight. You can't run away from it normally, but when the espers are in transition, you can run away. So if your ATB gauge is full and you're fast, meaning your character's fast, I mean, there's not really much you can do about it whether you're fast or not. You know, I mean, there is a degree of luck involved. So, hopefully you just get it, you know. And we got it. You only need one player to escape to get out of the battle without game over. He should be about dead here. There we go. And this guy's susceptible to sleep, so if you put him to sleep and then use only magic-based attacks, you'll pretty much kill him before he wakes up. I mean, you're not going to for sure kill him, because, you know, he woke up there before he was dead, but, you know, there's not much left in a tank. There's just not much left in the tank at that point. So, you should beat that guy without dying. That shouldn't be a problem. The Ifrit Shiva escape strat, though, that's definitely something that can go sideways. Like, without a doubt, that is something that can easily wreck your game. If you don't get out of there, the way the party is configured, the equipment they have, the level they have, all that stuff, they are all highly susceptible to dying there. One thing you can do, which I don't really recommend, but one thing you can do, you get a wall ring in the treasure building south of Arvis's house in Narshi. And if you really, really want to, and I don't recommend this, I don't think it's a good strategy at all, but you can do it if you want. If you think that you might go multiple rounds there, you can put that wall ring on somebody and then hope that you go multiple rounds, because otherwise what's the point? And then you'll reflect their magic back at them, and then hopefully give yourself multiple rounds, which equals to multiple attempts to escape when they transition. But I don't recommend that. I really don't. I do not recommend that strategy, but you can try it. It's best if you do something like what I did, which is, you know, you just say, okay, here it is. Do as much damage as you can to Ifrit with Sabin and Edgar, and then hope that either Locke or Celis are able to run away. Sometimes everybody runs away. You know, that's not likely, but it can happen. You know, if you time it right or whatever, but here's another spot coming up where we could easily get a game over, so, you know, it just is what it is. What do I give him? I think we give him Phantom? Or do we give him Shoat? We give you Bismarck. And we give you... We give you Phantom, don't we? And we give you... What do we give you? No. Is it Mountain? Shiva? I don't remember. Maybe just Shoat. I don't think so. No, Kieran. Maybe? I honestly don't remember. I think it's Shoat. But we're going to go Mountain. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it's Shoat or Mountain. I'm going to go Mountain. And who's got Phantom? You do? Okay, and then we're going to go equipment. You're going to have... you are going to have Genji Glove, Atlas. And you are going to have Running and Sneak. And you are going to have... I think that's right. I think that's right. I think that's right. Well, I'm pretty sure that's it. I know I lost quite a bit of time there, but I don't remember. Uh-oh. He's got to be about gone now. Gale cut. Don't see that one very often. Then again, this is that odd. It's been a kind of a one-off game here. Crap. No. Oh well, hopefully it doesn't cost us. Well, this is where we died last run, so hopefully I can... What? I thought it was impossible to not get diamond, diamond, diamond after you got the first two diamonds. Ooh. I don't like this. I'm going to have to run this battle because I feel like, you know, at this point we have just gotten just pure luck to be alive. I feel like I kind of got screwed too. Uh-oh, we're done. Yeah. Okay. That is not playing out as a consistent winner there. I thought we kind of got screwed on the diamond, diamond, diamond. I guess I can try and set the reels up. To get the chocobos. Or the diamonds. But I thought diamond, diamond, diamond was guaranteed once you locked the first diamond. I don't ever remember seeing diamond, diamond 7 before. That's weird for me. Well, that was a suck-out win if there ever was one, man. 10 hit points left with Setzer. That was, should have been a game over. But it wasn't. So the game goes on. I've got to come up with a strat for that crane fight that is a consistent. I mean, normally I just use Joker Doom there, and I don't have a problem using Joker Doom. I don't think there's anything wrong with Joker Doom. I think it is a 100% legitimate mechanism through which to beat stuff. Specifically, reverse Joker Doom even more so, because reverse Joker Doom requires a skill set that not everyone possesses, and you literally have to perform a very specific set of tasks, typically in a very small window of time, and you generally have little to no margin for error. So with reverse Joker Doom, I mean, that is a skill-based move. It just is. It's a skill-based technique that you have to practice. And if you practice it enough, Maybe you can get to the point where you don't suck at it, and maybe you can get to the point ultimately where you can consistently execute that move. The thing about Reverse Joker Doom is that it does have different timing based on what you're fighting. Certain enemies have there's a range of timing with that move. So it's something that it has a certain feel to it. It has a certain timing to it, and you have to put in you have to put your time in, you have to put your practice in, or it's just not gonna work for you. I mean, sure, you could just randomly get lucky and have it work the first time, assuming you knew how to do it, but that's not a likely scenario. Joker Doom, on the other hand, the most common way that people execute plain old Joker Doom, plus another thing, well, okay, depending on the attack or the formation that you're fighting, Reverse Joker Doom, you may have multiple attempts at it. Depending on what you're fighting and what they're doing to your party, you may have multiple shots. If you screw it up, you might be able to try it again. Maybe. It just depends. Regular plain old Joker Doom, on the other hand, is kind of a one-shot deal. Typically, how people execute the standard Joker Doom is they use an item called Echo Screen to, I guess you could say, unlock the reels or unlock the third reel. But it's a one-time shot. If you fail to execute, then using another Echo Screen is not going to recreate that opening for you. So it's kind of a one-shot deal. So with that being as it is, it's also a skill-based technique, and there's maybe a little bit more pressure. I think Reverse Joker Doom is definitely more difficult to execute, but there's more pressure most of the time with standard Joker Doom, because if you mess it up, that's it. You're done. You're not going to get another chance. Whereas Reverse Joker Doom, depending on what you're fighting, you may have multiple attempts at it. You may not. I mean, if you're fighting in a formation that can... Alright, I gotta remember, what am I doing here now? I think we are going to Jadur here. Right now. Where is it? Okay. And we'll make a save, and I'm kind of curious to see where I'm at with this. Well, I'm 9 minutes ahead, so I picked up 6 minutes on the first section. Alright, what is it here? Am I messing something up here? I feel like I am. Yeah, I feel like I totally am. I don't think I'm supposed to be here yet, am I? Just killing myself with time here. So bad. No, no, that's not a woman, is it? Or maybe it is. Well, I'm in the wrong building. Oh, I'm an idiot. Damn. Yeah, okay, here we go. Wait, is the auction house open? Okay. Here we go. So what we're looking for here? Why was I going in and out, in and out, in and out of that door? Well, no, that's not right. I was watching the NPC out there, and what you want is up, up, right, I thought. Which is what we got. We got up, up, right. And then it should be zone seek. But it's possible that I'm just a moron. And I can't get this yet. But we're going to try it again. And maybe it's up, up, left. It's possible it's up, up, left. Okay, I think I'm not supposed to be here yet. Which really sucks because I've wasted, you know, pretty much almost all that time that I gained from my last time through. I was thinking I had to buy this right now. Yeah, I do have to get it right. I do have to get it now. I do have to get it now. Why isn't it working? How much gold do I have? Not enough. Let's go sell some shit. Zone seek? Dude, what the F? I guess it's possible I'm misremembering here. But it can't be. I can't, well... It should be up, up, right. Or up, up, left. I don't remember... I only remember this not showing up one time. And the next time it was there. And it has to be before we go to the base. Zone seek? Dude, what the F, dude? It's supposed to be zone seek. Why is it not zone seek? What am I missing here? Is it because my party members are all knocked out? Does that have anything to do with it? Maybe. Let's go do that. We can do that. Or, wait a minute, what did we just do? We escaped. Yeah, this is now. It's gotta be. It sucks though, because I'm losing all this time. Every time, all the time that I might have like shaved off of this thing is gone now. I swear it was up, up, right. Maybe up, up, left. Up. Up. Right. Now you bid, and it's zone seek. I swear. I know it's been a while since I've done this, like a couple of weeks. Maybe longer, actually. Maybe a month. Dude, why does it keep on being cherub down? What am I doing wrong? What am I missing? Nothing. I'm not missing anything. I swear. I mean, I can try up, up, right, left, or up, up, left, right, and see if we can get it. But I know that it didn't have to be that way last time. I tried it. I did so many different freaking... I had a huge sample size, let's put it that way. I wanted to make sure I knew for sure. And the thing is, we have to have this before we go to the Cave of the Sealed Gate. Have to. I bet this is it, because we went up, up, right, left. I don't know what else to do. There it is. Unbelievable. Well, I had picked up 6 minutes on the first segment, and then picked up another 3 minutes on the second segment, and I pissed it all away now. What the fuck is that shit? What the hell is D doing there? Is it earrings? I think it's earrings. Where the hell are the other earrings? Dude, I should have 2 earrings. And then you get running... Wait, no, I'm wrong. He gets the 2 earrings. I'm so stupid. You get running shoes and white cape, I guess. You get earring. You get sprint shoes, running shoes. You get zone seek. You get... I don't even remember what to give him. Bio? I don't know. Float? Hit points? Hit points, I think. We'll give him hit points. And you will give you... What the hell do you even need? Nothing. What good are you? And then... Man, I'm really sucking at this. This is terrible. Well, so basically, what I need to do is... Because I don't think I'm going to make it on this. I just don't think I'm going to make it. What I'm going to need to do is... run the second segment again, and then make a save. Instead of saving after the cranes, save before the cranes. At the end of the Magitech factory before the cranes. So that I can grind out that cranes battle until I have that shit memorized exactly how I want it. You know, run it 20, 30, 40, 50 times, I don't care. Until I get a strat that I feel I have memorized and that is going to win at like a 95% or higher rate consistently. I don't think there's anything else to do here. I think it's just straight on from here to the sealed cave. And then I don't remember, like, what the hell? Where the hell is it? Oh, wrong continent. Yeah, I obviously really suck ass at this third segment here. And I thought I had it pretty good, but no. Don't have it pretty good. I'm thinking it's level 22, but I don't even remember that 100%. That's pretty bad. Damn it! I knew that was going to happen. Son of a... Why is it not dead? Dude, this is going so ass. Like 100% ass. I can't even get out of this stupid garbage bullshit room. And I don't remember what level I'm supposed to take Terra up to. And I feel like... maybe Locke should be dead here? I just don't remember. I wrote this shit down. Last time I was through here, I thought I did. I feel like Locke should be dead. No. Maybe he's supposed to be just stealing. How do I not remember this shit? I mean, this is not like the second time I've been through here. I mean, I went through and did this a bunch of times last time. I did not advance to the... Well, so I guess I broke it down into maybe 4 segments. There was segment 1, segment 2, segment 3, and segment 4. 4 would have been World of Ruin, but I wouldn't have moved on to the World of Ruin until I felt that I had this down pat. But now I'm not remembering. It's been a while since I've been to the World of Balance. I spent quite a bit of time in the World of Ruin. I'm still maybe even kind of foggy on the World of Ruin a little bit. Because it's been a while. So I was doing this regularly, and then my schedule changed. And when my schedule changed, that changed the amount of time that I had to dedicate to this project. And so when that happened, you know, there's been gaps now, long gaps of many days. So now I'm foggy on some of this shit, and it's pissing me off now. I think it's level 22. So this is what happens when you have gaps of weeks in between when you're doing shit, you know? It starts to get foggy, you know? Like, as I look forward to what's coming next, I'm thinking, like, you know, World of Ruin, yeah, I kind of feel pretty comfortable, but Kefka's Tower, I don't remember where the Mega Elixir is. And the tiers, which I ran a number of times, I'm foggy on now. Like, the setup for that, I'm foggy. I don't remember. Alright, let's see what do we got here. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not 22. Maybe it's 19 or 18 or something. I don't remember. Son of a bitch. I don't remember. I'm feeling it's not 20 something. I'm starting to think maybe it's 18 or 19. But then another part of me says it's 22 for sure. I know it's 42. Or maybe it's 43. For Celis in the World of Ruin. I think it's 42. Part of me says it's somewhere between 17 and 19. But then another part of me says no, it's 22. I shaved down the number of Revivifies I had been using by changing something. Well, by guaranteeing that Sabin goes first, because then he can go second, so he can basically kill 2 with Arbolt. That shaved down the Revivifies for sure. And the time difference was fairly negligible. No! See, now I'm getting pissy. This whole time before the third segment of this whole thing, I never once got agitated at all. I never once got stressed out at all. But now I'm getting stressed out and I'm getting pissy. And I'm making errors. Because I don't have it memorized, obviously. Obviously, I don't remember. Now, it's probably been a month and a half since I was here. And I know I grinded and grinded and grinded. I didn't advance until I felt extremely confident that I had it memorized. But then after I got past this segment, I did the World of Ruin, and then I grinded and grinded the World of Ruin over and over and over and over again until I was like, okay, like, it just is what it is. I know what it is, and there it is. And Kefka's Tower, there isn't a whole ton there. The tower itself is kind of basically is what it is. It's pretty straightforward. But the tiers, on the other hand, are they are, I don't even remember. I mean, I kind of do. I got it to the point where I thought I was about as fast, and about as fast as I was gonna get. We're gonna go here. I don't think it's 22. Well, on the bright side, I do know that I am very comfortable with beginning of game through Magitech Factory. Although I wasn't 100% sure about what espers to use against Mag Rotors. And I'm still not sure. I just used Mountain because it was going to be non-elemental damage, so it would hit everything. And Edgar was set up with a magic dealing setup so that he could use Flash. And so I figured, you know, that would be the safest route. And we won that. In fact, nobody even got knocked out, which was kind of surprising. Usually that's a little bit more challenging of a battle. Everybody was visible. I mean, it's usually a challenging battle or super easy. Like, use Phantom, and if they don't hit you with any magic after that, like, you know, then you pretty much just slaughter. But, you know, that's not the most likely scenario to occur. Cranes, we got super lucky. Super lucky. But I'm fuzzy at this point. I'm fuzzy. I mean, I know what's coming up, but I don't remember. I think I want to say 19 is the level here for Terra. But we're gonna fight one more battle here. And I haven't bought any warp stones. And I don't remember where warp stones are purchased. I should have warp stones here, and I don't. Where are warp stones purchased? That is probably Figaro Castle, and I forgot to buy them there. That would be my bet if I was going to be a betting man. Because there's some stuff that I didn't buy any echo screens either. I don't remember. Next time we'll be at Figaro Castle. That's another time loss because I don't have warp stones. I guess maybe the airship has warp stones. We can check that on the way out. Probably not, but you know, it's worth a shot. I thought I had jotted down notes for this, but I'm pretty confident that I did, but they're not sitting next to me. I have the notes that I jotted down for the World of Runes sitting next to me, but I kind of have that memorized, I think. So, it doesn't help me much. It's too bad that I don't have the financial wherewithal to just, you know, not have to lease my life away to sustain my existence. You know? It's just... that shit sucks. I mean, I don't mind working. That's not the problem. The problem is leasing my life away for small amounts of money just to sustain, like, putting a roof over my head and food in my body, you know? It sucks that you spend, you know, a third of your life sleeping, a third of your life grinding out small amounts of money to make somebody else a large amount of money by your labor, and then, you know, you just barely get by. It's just, it sucks. I'm not against capitalism, don't misunderstand. I'm definitely a capitalist. I just believe that people who own businesses should pay their employees more than they do. Like, like the percentage of wealth that an employee generates for the company versus the percentage of that wealth that the employee is given in compensation for their time is way out of balance. And I think a lot of that comes down to corporate greed. I think when you have more small business owners instead of... So, like, think about it like this. Back, you know, 100 years ago, how many different automakers were there, you know, in the United States? Dozens, you know. Now there's like 3. So, as everything gets consolidated, then you have smaller, or you have fewer you have fewer groups competing for the same dollars. So, like, instead of having, like, let's say, for example, restaurants, right? So now, in, like, let's just say an average city of 100,000 people, you know, who knows? You have dozens of restaurants, right? But what percentage of those restaurants are franchises of larger corporate entities versus that of locally owned stores that aren't franchises? You know what I'm trying to say here? So, like, the town I live in, I'm not sure how many pizza shops are here. There's a few that are locally owned, and then there are a few that are franchises, right? Which ones do you think make better pizza? Which ones probably pay their employees better? I guess I don't know for sure, because I don't know what the going rate of pizza shop employees is. But I did work at pizza shops when I was in my 20s. I worked at a number of different pizza shops. And I can say that the pizza shop that I didn't have as much fun there as I had at the corporate places, but that was due to the people that I worked with, you know. I worked at some corporate pizza shops, and I had a lot of fun there, but that's mainly, like I say, because the people that I worked with were my friends for the most part, and like they were people that I would hang out outside of work, stuff like that, right? But the place that I liked working the best, and by far, was a locally owned place where the boss was the guy who owned the business. It's just so much different working for a guy who owns the business than working for a corporation where, you know, there is only a faceless corporation who's the boss. You know, you have your direct, general manager of the store, and then there's the guy that shows up every quarter who's like the district manager and comes and just like, everybody eats his dick because they're so scared that he might fire them or something. And then there's like his boss, who probably nobody ever sees. He probably shows up once every like 5 years if he happens to be flying through. Who knows? That guy probably nobody ever sees. It's just the way it is in the corporate world. Whereas the locally owned guy, get out of my way, you dick! Get out, dude! Get! Unbelievable. Anyway, the locally owned guy, if he wants to pay you more, if he thinks you're a valuable employee, you don't have to wait X number of months or X number of years to get an evaluation where whoever it is that makes these decisions, grills you and asks you all these questions to determine whether or not you're fit for, a 1% cost of living increase. How dare you? Whereas the locally owned guy can be like, hey, I like what you do for us, and, I don't want to lose you, so I'm going to throw some more money at you. And he can do that whenever he wants. Oh, son of a bitch. There we go. You don't have to follow all these bullshit corporate rules that are just straight shit. What the hell? What am I missing here? What the hell? What are you doing? Are you peeing? I thought it's 23 people. 20. Where's the 3 that I missed? Who the fuck did I miss? What the fuck? There's nobody else. I don't know, this whole third segment has just been straight shit. Just garbage, dude. Like, where the fuck are the other guys? There isn't any other guys. I talked to them all. Unless maybe when I walked out of the... Oh, maybe. Maybe when I first walked out of the room, did I not talk to those guys on the way out? That's probably what it was. I'm not gonna go any further. I gotta piss, and I'm pissed off, and this is a shit run anyway. It's ruined. So I obviously need to run through this segment more. I'm pretty confident that I have threw the Magitech factory down pretty good. But I don't know. I hate to just turn this off because I haven't died yet, but I'm not going to continue this one. I'm pissed off. I'm angry about it. And I'm done. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.